Hello, everyone. This is Yogi here. I hope you're well. It's Wednesday, and that means this is Kim Jacobs' day as well. And we get together every Wednesday and appreciate and enjoy Kim's work together. So I will be going around and see what you're working on today. But today, this is my piece. And we started this piece together, quite a few of us, last week. And this is the second week. And, I move forward slightly and I'll talk about what happened in the past week in a little bit. So this piece is called The Quilting Room, a very, unassuming name, but it's absolutely beautiful. And if you don't believe me, let me show you what it looks like. Just look at that. Isn't that a room made of dreams? And there's a lovely sewing machine on the table, and the table is one of my favorite colors, the turquoise blue. And look to the bottom right corner, and there's a beautiful, beautiful little kitty there. And this room just full of things, beautiful things, and there's a beautiful window facing the sky on the ceiling there, and it's a dream space. If you like like your craft, like your stitching, like us, this is the room to die for. So this is what I'm working on today, and let me show you a little bit of my progress so far. So here we go. So this is Saga, which I'm using to track my progress. So last week, it was a pretty kind of, subtle start, humble start. I started from the center here, which is about this corner. Let me see if I can highlight it with this box here. So this is my starting block. And I kind of just pick the direction and the color and just flow to different directions. So the last session, I was pretty much focusing on the center section. And throughout the week, I've been sneakily working on this piece whenever I had a moment, and actually landed on the sewing machine here. And this is so nice because the beginning it was, I just marked a few stitches there. I'm not supposed to be doing that. I need to lock my chart here. Oh, I gotta be ultra careful with Saga here. So I actually managed to work on the sewing machine a little bit here. And again, just kind of pick the color I want and go whichever direction I want. And it's kind of slightly unusual for me because most of the time, even if I go cross country, I tend to focus on one area and spread outward. And this one, I've decided to do a Nikki and just go wherever I want. And it's so much fun. So we can come back and talk about all the nitty-gritty. But now, of course, I am going to look at the chat and see who we've got today in the chat with me. Oh, Travis, you were the first one to report to the chat. He says, hello, everyone. Happy stitching day. And I posted an update of, Zapdos, I think is one of the Pokemons. I only know which one was that I have a needle minder. I can't remember now. I'll remember later. You see, I'm totally knowledgeable when it comes to Pokemon. And Sarah is here as well, our princess. She says, yeah, it's Kim Day. Indeed, it is. And Serena is here. Hello, everyone. I've already started working on my mini quoting room since, I'm going to bed when the live streams start. I'll look at looking a replay tomorrow. Don't you worry, Serena. Everything will be archived. You won't miss a thing. And Busy Mom is here as well. Hello, hello. And Rajal as well. She says, hello, everyone. And Sarah, busy mom, let's have a look. Betty Lou Taylor is here in the chat as well. She says, afternoon all. Hope you're having a great stitchy week. Every day, every moment is a great stitchy moment, day, week. Yes, happy time when you're stitching is always happy. And here we go. So Ebony's here as well. Hello, Ebony. And she says, hey everyone, I'm at work, so we'll be in and out till later. Oh, don't you worry, we'll be here when you are home. Come join us. And Leslie is here. Hello. And let's see who else. Wendy is here as well. Hello, Wendy. Welcome back. And Rose. Hello, Rose. Nikki is here as well. Hello, my darling. Susan Chamberlain and Grace Houston. She says, hello, everyone. And, Betty, I'm not even going to attempt the second word. I'm going to butcher it. So, petite it is. Bonjour. Oh, our stitcher from France. Hello. And Sarah VM is also here. Hello. And let's see who else is here. And Michelle Fuller as well. Hello. Carla Hill is here as well. Good to have you here. And Im Pepping as well. Welcome back. And let's see, Renee. And who else is here? Dawn is here. Dawn King is here. Oh, so great to have you here with me. So this piece, I'm loving it. I'm loving every moment. The fabric count for this piece I'm working on is 28 count and is pre-gridded. So for my Sweet Shop, my first 28 count project, I chose the plain one, and it was really nice to stitch. And but I decided to go for gridded version for this one because in my mind I knew I probably wanted to travel a little bit further than other projects, so I decided to go for gridded so I don't get lost, and it was a very good decision. And so 28 counts, and I'm stitching with 1/1 cross, a full cross. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see these are full crosses, and I'm using CXC floss to stitch this piece because I just want that fullness of the stitches. And so for this project, the past few days I created a new needle board because the big needle board I've got currently is dedicated to DMC floss, and this one I decided to create one for CXC, one single strand needle. So I'm parking my needle threaded to my right there where my needle board is, so hopefully it's gonna make things a bit more even more efficient. I'll try to, that will help me to stitch them maybe a little bit faster. There's no no expectations there. And let me bring on my work view here. And I think as a starting point, I might start put a few stitches around this sewing machine. I'm really enjoying building up this view here, and maybe my sewing machine will be my foundation area, and I'm going to flow my stitches outwards in no particular direction. I just go wherever I want. It's great fun. So, Rajal says, congrats, 1K, thank you so much. It's all of you, credit to all of you guys, because you watch, you subscribe, and you show up to be here with me. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And so let me know what you're working on, and and what you're drinking as well today. Oh, I'm full of surprises, aren't I? I have a cup of slightly, not quite cold yet, warm coffee, and a cup of freshly brewed peppermint tea. So let me know what your power drinks are. And oh, Susan Chamberlain is here. Hello, hello. She says sewing machine looking good. I know, it's starting to build up. This picture is so delicate, so it takes, you know, a little bit of sort of work to kind of start to appreciate the beauty of this piece, because the colors are so light and fluffy as well. And Grace Housen says, wow, Yogi, looks so good. Thank you so much. And Rose says, you made some great progress, Yogi. Yeah, I know. I just love this piece. So I kept, you know, coming back to it whenever I had a moment in the past week. And let's have a look. Oh, Pikachu! Travis come to rescue. Yes, Pikachu. There's so many Pokemons. I can't remember anything. Let me just turn my work here so it all looks good and lined up here. So I've got my little cat here. You know, in honor of the tuxedo cat there. I should get a tuxedo cat needle miter, shouldn't I? And I've got a matching sewing machine needle miter here as well. So, you know, I came prepared. I came prepared. Carla says, I'm at 26.79% on my mini fireside embroidery. My goodness, 26, and we started at the same time? No? Or, oh, no. You started at the Kim SAL from the beginning. So I think we're at the maybe 6th week, something like that. But that's tremendous. That's tremendous. Wonderful. I love to see the progress. And Nikki says, congrats on your 1K. Thank you, darling. Thank you. You were the first one that came to chat to me. So you were the winner here. You made it happen. And let's have a look. Let's start. Let me just pick a color. I'll show you my full view here so you know how I go about picking my color. So I'm focusing on my sewing machine here. So recently I've been doing this light bulb action quite a lot. It helps me to identify where I want to be. Occasionally I don't. Occasionally I just pick whatever I want. And I think for the first color, I'm going to just pick whatever I want from this view here without inverting. I think I have a pretty good idea what I want for my first color here. So this is what I'm picking here. There. I want to start to fill in the little gap there. So this color is 3052. 3052. So I'm going to look at my needle board first. See if I've got it. If not, I'm going to bring on my massive CXC. My massive, oh, that's not a view for this session. My massive CXC organizer here. So I've tidied it up a little bit. You can see it's a little bit neater, Okay, I do try. So I am going to pick my first color. 3052. 3052. It's a beautiful green. There. So, and the length of the strand normally is this, you know, is enough for 2-strand, because I use CXC mostly for 2-strand project until this one. So they're cut in a pretty they're quite long for single strand, but it's okay. I just start them on my needle wall and just keep it going. So I'm gonna start from here. Let me put my sewing machine there. So this will be my starting point there. Let me move it up a little bit more. This is my focal point today, at least in the beginning. And this fabric, in comparing to the plain ones, is a bit more robust. There's more volume to it, which is quite nice to stitch as well. But of course, the most important thing is it's gridded. So, you know, it saves me from having to grid as I go. It would be very difficult the way I'm stitching right now. You know, I go everywhere. There. First stitch done. Oh yes, I forgot to set up a sprint here. Hang on, let me switch back. Yes, and I need to show you my percentage so far as well, of course. Currently I'm 1.28, which is not too shabby, is it? Upper left there, 1.28, and I am going to create a sprint here. Okay, and this will help me to capture the stitches I'm doing for this session, because at the end of every sprint we play Guess My Stitches. It's official. So this would count all my stitches here, and you get to guess how many stitches I made for this session, for this stream. And the winners, you win a grand prize of respect from everyone. The stuff the money can't buy, you know. And also some delicious emoji buffet is provided by all the members, and so you get to have a little bit of my delicious emoji. So that is tremendous as a prize as well. So let me just take my outer layer out. I'm getting warm already. Oh, the power stitching has started. I just love the way the CXC floss flows through the fabric. It feels different from DMC for sure, and I cannot explain what it is. It may be just down to personal preferences. DNC floss feels very what's the word? It's very structured. Let me make this one over here. But of course, CXC is it's got very good coverage, but at the same time, the stitches are fuller. So on the smaller count fabric, sometimes it can feel slightly thicker, but that's not a problem so far for me. I'm using 28 count needle. Terry Dogs, hello. I'm here lurking as usual. Lurking no more, Terry, welcome. And so Travis is drinking black coffee. I'll join the club, the Black Coffee Club. And Suzanne, bubble water. I'm working on the sewing room. Beautiful piece, beautiful piece. I love that piece. Because originally when I looked at Kim's work on Heaven and Earth, for whatever reason, I missed that piece until someone on our group mentioned it, and I had a second look. And yes, it's absolutely beautiful. But you know that there's another piece I really love from Kim. Is I think it's called Seed and Feed. You know that one with birdhouses, like a shop. Oh, that piece I love as well. But oh, Joyce is here. Hello, Joyce. Say hello to Joyce. Busy Mom Zips. I'm at work, but later I'll be working on quilt room and drink my favorite water, favorite drink, water. Absolutely. I love water too. Here we go. Let me mark my stitches as I go. And remember, I have to remind myself not to touch the bucket when I'm stitching without the highlight box, you know, because it's going to mark everything on this piece, which I don't want. I love this piece. The more I work on it, yes. Oh, Rose says, Yogi, did you see that you hit 1,000 subscribers? Yes, I did. And everybody reminded me as well. Thank you so much for even paying attention. My mind is blown. Because, you know, why should you care? But you did. Thank you so much. Because of your support, that you show up, I am here. There. Very nice. So I can dock my thread back. I don't mind if it's very long. I just pop it on my needle ball. 3052. 3052. There you go. So next time when I need a color, I can just turn over to my needle ball and pick it up. It takes about half a second. Grace says, I'm working on the same beautiful piece. I'm drinking lemon water. It's hot here in California, 99 degrees. I mean, London is cooling down a little bit, but still fairly warm. You know, we're still in August after all, so it's not too bad, but it's slightly cooler. I think the heat wave is, you know, pretty much over. Whether it's going to come back, no idea, unlikely. And Joy says, I'm working on dry flowers and drinking wet water. There you go. There you go again. Yes, exactly. Wet water. Oh, what a shock. Yes, I mean, Joyce has made amazing progress on that piece. It's just, I don't know how you stitch that fast. I never know. I've been working on dry flowers since the beginning of the year, of this year. And I'm about 1/3 of, you know, what you've done there. Right, so next, let me just pick another color because I want to focus on, you know, this area a little bit more. So I'm going to just liberally pick any of the unstitched colors. So here we go. 640. I am going to pick a new thread. 640. Let me see. $640. So for those of you who are have been asking questions about where to download or how to download Saga, I posted an instruction on our group, Facebook group, so you can look it up. And I'm sure, you know, the other members will chime in and help out if you have questions. this is really fun app to work with. Here we go. Susan's working view of the garden. Nan Kim, oh hush hush, yes. Drinking hot chocolate, yes. Very nice. Carla says, thank you, Nikki, for bringing yogis to us. She's imported me to the stitching world. There. And if you don't know already, Nikki is a floss tuber as well. She's a lot more experienced than me. And, you know, go check out Nikki Stitches. Beautiful channel. I think every channel of floss tubers, you know, they have their own sort of their own things. And some do amazing sort of whip parade or whatever it is, and some have skills to teach. And for me, you know, I just enjoy streaming and stitch with you and chat. So every channel has their own thing going on there. And I am going to try to avoid taking the thread over stitch area. So I'm going to jump to the bottom one first and come up. Oh, very cunning, Yogi. And then I'm going to come up here. The tension of the fabric is brilliant today. And I did not break the hoop today, so that's really, really good news. Leslie is working on Middle Earth map. Is that the really brown one? Really big, ancient looking map. I was going to do my head in. And she's drinking fennel tea. Lovely. Fennel tea is delicious as well. Very good for digestion. Laura says drinking pineapple soda. Oh, that's a new one. Pineapple soda flavor water, and just finished knitting my kitting my floss for traveling library. Laura is doing traveling library as well, and just need to wait for the fabric tomorrow. Oh, I bet you can't wait. I bet you can't wait. You've got everything ready apart from the fabric. Oh, it will be here. It will be here, I'm sure. In no time. I'm going to mark as I go. It's a lot more reassuring to have the gridded fabric for sure, because even if you know, miss a few stitches there as you travel down, you know that as long as you pay attention to the counts, you're going to be okay. You're not going to create a series of errors because you've got one wrong, you know. Carla is drinking lemon water. Oh, lemon, citrusy sort of flavors. It's kind of popular tonight. Carla says, I'm waiting for the max color version. Yes, we are. There's a whole bunch of us will be starting together of that piece once we have a max color available. 3 here. Sarah is drinking caramel cold coffee today. Ooh, sounds delicious. Brandy's here in the chat. She says hello. Say hello to Brandy. Carla says, I spy with my little eye a yogi stitching every day. 8 A4 stitches on Thursday. What? I think that there's probably one extra digit going on there. Let me have a look. Suzanne, hello. Suzanne says, I was working with DMC Floss today for the first time in a long time, and it's silky. It doesn't grab as much as the Echo cotton. Oh, I've never used Echo. And I think that's what I like about it because it's easier to manage. Yes, DMC is definitely beautiful material to work with, for sure. And it's amazing because they all look, you know, they're just floss, but every brand has their own texture. They stitch differently, you know, and it's good fun because as you switch the floss, you get slightly different experience. Let me see why I want to flow with this color here. I'm gonna just, there are only 3 more stitches around here. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There. Ooh, I nearly made a mistake. You know, because the grey border, I tend to interpret it as just a border, where it's actually the first column, first stitch. And I keep ignoring it. Clover Stitches here. Hello, hello. Welcome. Brandy is drinking an energy drink and painting. She says, I'm painting my living room. What? Oh, actually, DIY painting. Wow. I'm painting my living room while listening and watching. Oh, we'll keep you company. Yes. I think the last time I painted my house was during COVID because everybody was doing DIY at COVID because everybody was just bored out of their head. Yes. It was nice to get it done though. Here. So I think, oh, I'm even thinking, no, it's too far to travel. I was thinking traveling down here, there are a few more stitches, but that's a little bit too far for my comfort. So I am going to end here, and it's perfectly good because I've got my needle ball right here. 640. here. Let me have a sip of my black coffee here. Alison Rennie is here. She says, good evening. Bit late to the stream. Had to rescue wee mouse from my cat. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Had to rescue a weak mouse from my cat. Aurora and feed her brother Ziggy. I love the name Ziggy. Haven't got a Kim Jacobs yet, but I'm tempted. Cherry Pepsi Max for me. Oh, amazing. You know what? It's so interesting that you mentioned that, because I just talked about it, I think maybe yesterday. My Dolly came in with a little present for me, and it was a little mouse as well. And thank God it was alive, and I was there earlier enough to separate these two little creatures, and the mouse ran away, and I left a little gap on my big window here in the room, hoping the mouse will find its way out. And today, you know, throughout the day I was thinking, well, what happened to little mouse? I hope, you know, he managed to escape. And lo and behold, I looked toward my window, which is in front of me right now, and there was this mouse almost like coming to me to say bye-bye, to thank me or something, because, you know, it was literally outside the window, because there's a little gap at the bottom, and the mouse was literally outside the window, and I saw something moving there, and I recognized it was a tiny little mouse, like a baby mouse, and it kind of, you know, lingered there for a little bit, and then it went off. It was here to say bye-bye to me, and just to tell me that, you know, it's okay, it's found a way out, and, you know, moving on. Hopefully erase this horrifying episode from its memory. That's so funny. They do that, don't they? On one hand, I'm so proud of my Dolly, but at the same time, I'm just feeling so bad, because sometimes they don't make it, you know, little mice or whatever. Thank God no birds for a long time now, but sometimes they don't make it. So, oh, little Aurora. Let's have a look. Next color. Jane, have you got a bingo? Which color? Spooky bingo just finishing 640. There you go. There you go. It's already happening. Suzanne says, I can't believe I have 3 Kim pieces now. I know. That's how we roll here. It's fun, isn't it? Busy Mom says, I try adding cross-stitch paradise to my Mac and still can't get it to work. It's not download for me, giving me error messages. Do you mean the PC version? If it's a PC version, then Joyce, Nikki's, not Nikki Stitchy, and Stitchy Dutchy, is the expert. She actually put out a document on how to get it to work. I think the instruction is for the desktop PC version. So it's on the Facebook group, and look to the featured version. So always check the features. There's quite a lot of good tips and useful information there. Right, next I am going for, why don't I just fill up this little stitch, just a few stitches here. Try to do it in order. 3 7 A7, 3 7 A7. Yes, I've got one docked already. See how quick it is? I've got my thread here. 3 7 A7. So the instruction I posted for both Paradise and Saga, there's separate instructions for both iOS and also Android users. So there is a solution for each. So just look it up. And Nikki, have you restarted your piece? Is that what you're working on today? Sorry, I'm slightly behind the chat. Maybe you've already mentioned. If so, I'll get to it. Susan says only 3. Wait till Yogi to get to you, Suzanne. I think Suzanne started from 0 to 3, so that's pretty good going. Oh, Nikki says I'm not more experienced. You're the queen of the lives. The queen of the lives. You're too kind, Nikki. Six says, question regarding Saga. Can you switch between 4 or 10 stitch with a full coverage project to see mock-up in Saga with 10 or full stitch? I believe you can. Do you mean the simulated view? Let me just have a look. There is a view here, not this one. So if you look to the toolbar at the bottom, so the Android version looks a little bit different, okay? So this is iOS. If you look to the bottom of the toolbar, there's an eye icon there. When I tap on it, it shows a completed view made of stitches, the actual stitches. And with this view, at this moment, I can't remember where the setting is, but I believe you can set it to full cross or 10 stitches, and you can layer a back stitches on top as well if the pattern calls for it, and create a simulation for you. So yes, you can. It can show you roughly what it looks like, but I think when it's zoomed out, it probably can't really tell the difference. And I think you can even, yes, look at this pop-up here. You can even specify what type of floss it is. It's cotton or satin, so it's pretty crazy that you can even do this. So yes, just play around. The setting is there somewhere for you if you want to have a preview. So yeah, Susan say I have 3 because of Yogi, exactly. Well, I think when she says 3, it's only about she's only talking about Kim's project. She's got a lot more overall. Suzanne says, I'm going to try and do some screen records of how to Paradise and Saga and Android. That would be fantastic, Suzanne. That would be so helpful. A lot more powerful than verbal or written instructions. Thank you so much for doing that. Let's go. So if you haven't joined our group already, come join us. A lot of helpful stuff. Let me see, where am I? Over here. this stitch here. Am I correct? Let me have a look. Here. Oh, hang on. No. It's supposed to be over there. I spotted it. One, two, three. There's one more here. I just love the way this piece stitches. One, two. It's that one. There. Oh my goodness, Nikki says, I bought the fabric for the traveling library. It'll be here on Friday. So you've decided what fabric count you're going to be doing it. Share, please. I need to know. I haven't decided. Well, I think I kind of have some idea with the fabric count I want to go for. But I haven't decided to get either gridded or not gridded. And I have not decided how I'm going to stitch it or where to start, which corner or area I want to start. So yesterday we talked a little bit about that as well. Decisions. Let's have a look. 37A7. 37A7 dog. And six, I'm not quite understanding. So you say I was hoping it was an option in Saga menu to stitch, to switch stitch type. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Do you mean the symbol, the way it appears on the mark stitch? But why do you need that? Laura says, I don't have any shared projects yet. I'm so excited to start traveling. Oh, another traveling library stitcher. Yes, join us. If you haven't started already and you want max colors, then wait with us. It's arriving anytime. So we're just waiting for the version to arrive. And then we can all start together. Frankie is here. Hello. She says, hello, everyone. Still making floss drops and drinking Pepsi. Oh, Pepsi, very controversial. I'm more a Coca-Cola, Diet Coke person. I recently tried Coke Zero, I don't mind it. I don't dislike it. But I think I'm still more of a Diet Coke person. It just feels lighter. So it's a matter of preference. Hey, River's here. Hello, River. Yes, River, I agree. You don't have to, well, regarding Saga or stitch type, you don't need to switch it. It's you just stitch what you stitch. The marking is just for you to mark the progress. It doesn't matter what stitch type. Travis says, I heard that when cats bring you gifts, they think you aren't getting enough food. What? And they're looking out for you. Oh, me. Oh, the owner. Yes, I think it's a sign of love. They're showing care. They're trying to contribute food to the house. Poor mouse. Yes, that poor little creature. I think he's saying, no, I'm not food. You know, I have a life. I want my future to be here. I don't want to be eaten by a little tuxedo cat. And also her mummy is vegan. She doesn't eat anything involves legs. But the thought is there. I appreciate it. Now, oh, only 4 stitches here. Very unusual. Okay, so this piece so far, at least the way I'm stitching right now, I haven't really felt the confetti so far. Probably something to do with the stitching method, because I'm kind of just loosely going everywhere, filling in. But I haven't come across a lot of single stitches, for instance, even though this is max color. 520, let me see if I've got it. Let me bring on a new thread. 520. Suzanne says, my cat used to walk the roof and bring in bats. Oh dear, bats would be quite a quite challenging, I guess. I think what I would describe the worst episode of this type. Luckily, it hasn't happened for years. It's not from Dolly. It's from one of my previous cats, and I think it may be Nuage, and Nuage basically brought in a headless bird, and it was quite big as well. Not as big as pigeon, but it was about probably longer than palm size, and I don't know which bird that was. And by the time I found the bird, it was lying in the living room in front of the fireplace, and headless. I ask you, I was traumatized, but luckily no birds since, mostly mice. And moths sometimes, oh, strangely. Oh, Joy's 640. Sorry, I'm slightly behind, but Joyce has got 640 bingo as well. That's a strange color. Everybody's got it at the same time. Let me just scroll down a little bit and come back. Otherwise, I'm always about half an hour behind the chat. Oh, Grace says, so I'm able to add Saga to my iPad if I don't have a desktop. If you're on iOS, then your options would be, definitely look to my post, but your options would be, first of all, get the conversion done. So you need to convert your PDFs patterns to Saga compatible. The best tool for iOS would be the PC version of Paradise. So there's a Mac version as well. And instructions, again, the links and additional instructions are in the post as well. So just look it up. I just posted it today. And also Joyce has got her instruction for the PC version pinned on the feature section, so you can find it. And if you have questions, just ask people in the group. I'm sure they'd be very happy to help you. Oh dear, it's tangled at the bottom. Let me see. What is going on down here? Got snagged. Ebony, welcome back. Are you home yet, Ebony? Oh dear, Suzanne says cats really like heads. For some reason, mine used to eat the head and leave the butts. I mean, a lot of domestic cats, you know, like Dolly, they're hunting for fun because that's part of their instinct. They're not looking for food. So a lot of times they, you know, they just play with it, and sometimes the poor creature dies and they just leave it. They don't eat it. But I think, you know, cats, stray feral cats will probably eat the prey. They're just being cats. Janelle is here. Hello, hello. Australia is waking up. Janelle, are you doing the? Are you joining in with the traveling library? So, Janelle has been joining in for this piece, and there's a sweet shop as well. Susan said, thankfully, Ebony wasn't here for the headless bird story. Oh, that's true. That's true. Oh, lucky escape. Lucky escape, Ebony. Let me look at this bit. It does feel a little bit full. I mean, both the sweet shop and this piece, I work on them on 28 counts, but the fabric feels very different. On sweet shop, I use the ungraded one, and the fabric, you can see the holes quite open, quite large. So even though I'm doing 2/1 10 stitches, it's very easy to stitch. You know, the needle just goes through. It never feels like it's jamming. But with the gridded fabric, it's, you know, everything's woven a little bit tighter. You can see there's, you know, the holes are not as big. And so occasionally when it comes to areas like this, it does, you do need to push your needle through with a little bit more effort from time to time. It's not too bad. I manage. But it's very well covered. Very well covered. 520. 520. Just 3 stitches. Oh, good, Ebony. Just got home. Let me take a sip of my peppermint tea. Oh, Frankie says, I bought the Granny's craft room chart last night thanks to whoever found the website. It was Tracy Dumas. We were talking about, because I was working on that piece, and because the kit that I bought from Amazon, they no longer do it as it is as a kid. So I was talking about, I was hoping that maybe someone somewhere has a digital version of that chart. And lo and behold, Tracy had a search and found a whole bunch, I think there was from the website called Cowgirl or something like that. And there are a few other pieces very similar, really colorful. I think those charts are maybe a bit smaller than my version, because my version are, I think it's got more stitches, and also it's got back stitches as well. So it's the same artwork, but it's charted by a different person or different company. But it's wonderful that you can find a version of that artwork. It's so pretty. So well done. Let's have a look. And Nikki's working on my studio. Restart will be this weekend for Quilting Room. Yes, my studio is gorgeous as well. A lot of very little details, particularly, all the stuff in a room. It's from Kim as well. Let's have a look next. Let me pick one. Maybe change up the colors a little bit. Let me do a flip over. Sometimes I like to change the flavor with the colors. If I'm doing a lot of gray and green, maybe I would go and work on a slightly different area as a reset. So I'm going to tap on the light bulb icon and have a look. So it basically inverted the pattern from looking at the stitch area to the unstitch area. So I quite fancy doing a little bit of green here. Let me have a look. Maybe I'll just, okay, I know which one I want. And when you flip back, it highlights these colors here. So there are a few on the left here as well. I'll see how it goes. I am going to pick my thread here. So it's 535, 535. I've got one threaded already. So I'm going to move my fabric over to the left here. See how far I've gone. with this piece all over the place, basically. So now I am going to start. I have to find my location correctly, though. It's very easy to get mixed up. Because, you know, after a while, they all look very similar. So I am here. So this is the block. And there are 2 stitches down here. I think I found it. It's good fun though. It felt like you were just wandering around, no rules. And it's called Nikki method. Just wandering around aimlessly, no GPS device, even though, you know, it's gridded. So I hope I'm safe. If not, you just have to send a rescue team to fetch me. Over a little bit more up here. It's one more. Let me see if there's any more in the surrounding area. I could go up and more stitches upwards. And I'm going to cut this one off first. Brandy says, there is a Kim piece that has hot air balloons, and I'm very drawn to that one. Oh, I'm trying to recall which piece has got air balloons. So I'm moving up here, I think, just one block above, over here. I'm going to just keep going until I run out of this piece. Maybe one more stitch. And just tuck it under. Oops. This tiny piece here. It's too short to even bring the needle up. So I just cut it from underneath. Alison says, Oh, regarding the cat, I think the cat bringing presents home, quote unquote presents. Alison says they're trying to teach you to hunt. I just have a wild area behind me. I have had the following presents over the years, all types of mice, birds, a rat, bats, toads, and even a mole. Oh my goodness! Well, very busy cat. That is, Alison. Goodness. Let me have a sip. Sisk. Is it Sisk? Sisk. Oh my God, I can't. Tongue twister. Sisk Stitches says, "Hi Yogi, I made a tutorial video about cross-stitch saga on Android and how to convert charts in cross-stitch paradise on Android. Hoping that helps more people." Absolutely, that's amazing. I don't use Android, even though I have a copy on my Kindle, not Kindle, Amazon Fire. But that would be very helpful. So please help point us to your video. That's very, very helpful. Absolutely. I think that's the area that I'm not able to help as much because, you know, that would involve me doing research on the Android version as well. And Android version, because of the Play Store, Google Play Store situation, it's been frozen for a little bit. So in terms of the features, it was kind of, I wouldn't say behind, is I'm sure it is fully useful. It just hasn't got some of the newer features, but you know, overall, in principle, the way it works should be very similar. So you won't be so Sisk, you won't be able to paste links in the chat because Google YouTube doesn't allow that, but you can post it on our groups and on our Facebook group, so we can follow your link. And if the Facebook is blocking your link, I would publish it. Sometimes if you post a hyperlink, it holds you in the waiting room area, but you let me know. Thank you so much. So let me see if I've done that one. That one is done. And that one. Good. It's teamwork. You can see no one can do everything. So we're counting on each other. Let's have a look. Now I'm slightly more up to date. Oh, Betty's here. Betty Hankins, welcome. Oh, breaking news, everyone. Breaking news from Ebony. Ebony says, "I have an update on traveling library. I am going to stitch the fox." Round of applause for Ebony. Yay! The fox is safe. we managed to rescue the fox. Well done, everyone. If you haven't been following the chat, I think it was yesterday or day before, Ebony was going to, you know, like discreetly just trim off the fox, just like she did with the cat on this piece. But she has changed. She had a change of heart, finally. Oh, that is great news, Ebony. Yes, that's a very, very great move. Oh, a sign of relief for the foxes. Cynthia, hello. She says, greetings, or Vermont, US. Amazing. Welcome. Yes, indeed. Oh, Cynthia, this piece is called Quilting Room. And let me show you the markup quickly so you know what I'm working on. This is a piece from Kim Jacobs, and it's a regular size, and I don't think it's max colors. Is it max? Yes, it's max colors, and from Heaven and Earth. It's a Hade. So there you go. Let me see where I want to go next. Great news full of foxes. Sisk, thank you so much. So the post was mentioned by Sisk regarding instructions tutorial for Android version of Saga. If you any of you need instruction, it's on the Facebook. So let me just make sure that it's actually been posted. Sometimes you're not being quarantined in the waiting room. Yes, it's posted. Beautiful. Thank you so much. And I'll probably pin it on feature as well so people can find it later on, because a lot of times as people make new posts, things just get flooded to the bottom. No one can find it. So I try to pin those useful ones that, you know, most people probably would be benefited from in the features section. So always check the feature posts. Nikki, yes, it's Nikki method. Yes, I'm wearing helmet and, you know, all the safety gear. I've got my fluorescent vest on, and yeah, I've got a strap behind me, tethered, you know, to the dry land just in case I fall into a ocean, and get lost completely. Happily says, you guys defrosted my ice cold heart enough to save the fogs. I know, everybody, well done. Carla, Rebello, hello, hello. Welcome. Here we go. Next color. Let's have a look. What takes my fancy? And I think, let me have a look. I might thinking whether to do some pink color as well. So let me, I fancy a little bit of pink action. I've got one over here. And I might change the color of the border so I can see it. So there are only a few stitches here. So it's around this area. Three, 6, 8, 8. 3, 6, 8, 8. Need a new thread. Oh, hello. 3688 is not on my master set. Look. 3688 is currently empty, so it's a new one to add to my master set. 3688. Oh, floss up moment coming up. How exciting. 3688. Let me see if I can find my spare here. Oh I do have it. Look, instantly found it. 3688. I've got some bits that I prepared earlier on, like a couple of years ago when I got CXC. Very handy. Very handy. Three, 6, 8, 8. Susan says, good news, you also get all 3 windows as well. Yes, the window is saved as well. Oh, amazing. The harmony has returned. We have windows, we have Fox, and the remaining part of the settee all been rescued. 3688. Let me thread this one through. Oh, my master set is getting bigger and bigger. 3688. It's a beautiful color. Beautiful, beautiful color. Right, so it's around here. Very excited. New color on my set. So it's over here. Let me double check. That one. Okay, it's over here. They all look so similar at this point. All right, got it. The color changes are so subtle. I think for the traveling library piece, I'm sort of torn between Let me see. Where did I place stitch the wrong bit? I'm kind of torn between doing something that I know will work quite well, or doing something that's a little bit different, so it's a new experience. I mean, it's always, you know, the consideration when I start a new piece. Because the reason I was getting a little bit fatigued just up to maybe end of last year with full coverage was I realized pretty much all my projects were 25 counts 1/1, and that's it. 25 1/1. They're beautiful pieces, but I was kind of stuck in a rut because all the projects start to feel in, not so much the design, but just the way you stitch, they become very, very similar. And that's when I started to feel like, kind of losing the motivation to stitch more. So that's why in the beginning of the year, I decided to venture into 10 stitches, which I hadn't tried before. And also return to a lot of 14 count projects as well that I kind of parked aside. And, because I was mostly just focused on Heaven and Earth 25 count 1/1 projects. And, the reset was really, really useful because it made me appreciate kind of full cross and also small, 25, and now I'm trying 28. I absolutely love. So it's about looking for new experiences as well, not just new design. Let me pop this back, 368A. So I'm trying to create sort of the situation that, well, try to avoid. Try not to create situations that I would get kind of fatigued or bored in any shape or form. So I switch things around a lot. So it's worked well so far. I'm really loving stitching right now. Cynthia says, when is the next marathon? We're all laced up waiting with bated breath. Yeah, I explained a little bit earlier, and we talked about this, didn't we? Maybe a few streams ago. So August, because last time when we did the last marathon, my Saturday afternoon was free, evening was free. I only have one class in the morning. But in August, for the entire August, I have classes on Friday afternoon and Saturday afternoon as well. So I won't be able to start at 2 in order to finish around midnight in the UK time. So August, to do sort of 10-hour session for instance on Saturday is currently not possible for August. So you have a couple of options. Either we wait till September. If you can wait till September, then my Saturday hopefully will be clear in the afternoon, and or we can do it sometime in August. What date are we? We're 20th. We have still 10 days to go. Depends on when the new piece, not the new piece, the traveling library, the max color version arrives. Ideally, I like to do a longer session to celebrate the start. But because Saturday is not possible for August, either we do a shorter session after, I come back from Saturday, we can do a half marathon, or we can do it on a different day. So Sunday, I think the last time we spoke, Sunday, some of them say it might work. But, it's your call. ideally, I like to do it in the time. It's not possible to make it work for everybody, but at least most of you who, would like to participate this, endurance sport, can make it. So you let me know what you think and we'll work something out. Let's see, which one shall I go for next? Oh, this pink is showing up. It's slightly deeper, isn't it? So it's adding a little bit of sort of shade and highlight to, and I believe this is the fabric that's draping down from the sewing machine. Oh, so pretty. Let me flip it over and see what I'm picking next. Oh, there are a couple of stitches. A few more stitches up there. I missed it. Let's have a look. Oh, that one's done. Okay, I got confused. Yes, I'm looking at inverted view here. So next I might go for a little bit of green over here. The few purples here, it looks really nice as well. Yes, let's go for this one. So it's 3041. 3041. Here we go. It's quite deep in color. Oh, Nikki says it's a pretty big piece, even on 32 counts for traveling. Like, is that the count you're going for, Nikki? In case I missed your last comment. So 32 counts, you're gonna do 1/1. And I think Brittany from our group posted an example of 32 counts but 1/1 full cross. So I think Nikki, you're thinking about 10. And she posted an example of one of her projects, which is 32 counts, 1/1 full cross, and it does look quite full. So it's still doable because that's what she's doing, I think, and but it's pretty full. And this one is below the green stitch. Starting to add some definition of the outline of this piece of fabric. And the next stitch is actually going from there to this area. So in order for me to get there, I'm thinking maybe I should end. Oh, you know what? I can do a tuck in under one of the stitches. So it's a variation of the yogi move. So yogi move, normally I do a pin away from the stitch area and come back to the area I want to stitch next. But this time, I've been doing this a few times actually. It kind of makes sense. I'll just do almost like I'm trying to end my stitch by doing a tuck in here. But essentially what I'm doing is a version of pin and then bring the thread away from the stitch area and to a new location. Oh, I'll let you steal the move, you know? No copyright is required. It's yours. Just make sure you land safely. No injuries or damage to little animals or chairs. There you go. 3041 on the board. Ooh, no. I hit a bucket again. Stop it. It's such an easy thing to do. It's a habit. So, yes, I don't want to mark everything. Nikki says you should try 32. Oh my. I probably won't be able to see the stitches. I don't think I've ever seen a 32 count fabric in front of me. It's terrifying. I'll be honest with you, Nikki. I am considering it. But at the same time, I would really like to do 4 stitches for that piece for some reason. I'm just you know, when I visualize it, I'm thinking it's a full cross piece. So the issue would be 32 counts, 1/1 would be pretty challenging to stitch, I think. So this is kind of what's in my head. I haven't decided one way or the other. And Brandy says, I think mixing up fabric counts and stitching method keeps things fresh and exciting. Absolutely. So, you know, I was kind of stuck in a 25 count 1/1 throughout for maybe over 2 years, pretty much, since I started the kind of this full coverage journey. And yeah, I think what I've learned is it's really healthy to switch around, because when I started stitching smaller stitches, it just feels like, oh, 14 count, it just feels like children's stitching. It feels like that for a little while, and I was totally wrong. It's just different effects and different flavors. So now I absolutely love my, oops, hello, stop marking it. I absolutely love my 14 counts. But Nikki, if I get 32, I think I would definitely get gridded fabric. Are you getting the gridded one as well? I think your way of stitching is sensible to get gridded ones. Otherwise, you're gonna, you know, the same situation is gonna repeat. We have to send out search party to find you. Stitch safely. Fran Cummins, hello. I have been enjoying the chat and lurking with Lars and drinks on the beach. Oh, that's a piece, isn't it? Drinks on the beach, isn't that the SAL piece? Heaven and earth. Welcome, Fran. Cynthia, no, I can't wait. Then again, in September. Yes, because in September we can do a full marathon. So, but somehow we can do a longer session if it happens in August for the traveling piece. I don't know when. We're at the end of August already. So it's likely it's going to be in September when we get the piece. So Nikki is doing 1/110 for the new start with Amy Stewart. Oh, Michelle Fuller says DMC or CXC. Good question. Good question. That's another thing I have to consider. Depends on the fabric count, the stitch type, you know, if it's going to be too full. I mean, this is CXC on 28. You know, it's pretty manageable, I wouldn't say it's difficult to stitch at all. And it feels very good, actually. Yeah, I have to think about that. Nikki's going for CXC 1 strand 10. Yeah, but that's the same as your current piece, the piece you're working on. The studio is beautiful. It's beautiful. So yeah, your 10 stitches are so neat and beautiful. The kitchen piece from Machetti, it's gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, next color. Let's have a look. I quite fancy some slightly, create more definition for this area a little bit more. So I get to appreciate what it is, exactly what's happening. Let's flip that over here. Maybe if I pick pink over here. Okay, I've got one more here. A few stitches here. 316. 316. It's a pink. Tracy's here. Tracy Dumas. Howdy. Just off work, just off work, just going to work on quilt room. Lovely. Joining in. Tracy is joining us. Nikki, yes, always gridded. Learn my lesson. Very sensible. There is a sensible side of Nikki. You know, she's not always doing, risky things just to scare people. She can be sensible. There. Trying to find my starting point. Right here. I think I'm gonna just go from this stitch. And it's always fun when you identify the color that you're going for, and you look at the stitches and see how the distribution of the stitch, and then you have a kind of a roadmap in terms of where you want to start, where the thread will take you, and where you want to end. So you have a plan. Next one. 1, 2. One more here. And that one is done. So from here, I am going to come down to this area. It's got a few more stitches here, but I am going to do a very subtle pin here just to anchor my thread. It's not even a proper pin, but it doesn't matter. And then I'm going to move down here. Another Yogi maneuver. Frankie asks, can you get 32 count gridded? Yeah, I think you can. That's what Nikki gets. Marsha is here. Hello, hello, darling. Welcome. It's morning in Australia and the following day as well, isn't it? It's already Thursday in Australia. Shocking. Let me see if there's any more here. I'm very tempted to... Oh no, that's too far, I think. No. Put that thought away. I was thinking about traveling, taking the thread down, all the way down here. There are a few stitches here, but then it's crossing too many stitches for my liking. So, next time. There. 316. Beautiful. River says, sorting floss as I try to keep up with this chat. You and me both. And husband is chuckling at my massive stash. He hasn't got used to it, has it? It's always shocking. Oh, Susan is referring to the Facebook post earlier on. I can't remember which lady that was. Was it? So Susan is asking, is the lady here whose husband bin her new project? I know, it's really shocking. It's time to bin the husband. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, what happened? I think, I don't know if the ladies here, who was it? It was so funny though when I read that. So next, let's have a look. Okay, maybe I'll add something over here. Oh, Susan, Susan. It was Susan Chamberlain. Oh, no, it's not. She's the one asking. I'm so confused. Carla Rebello, yes, 99. Carla's in Portugal, which is, I think, it's the same time or an hour ahead. Nikki says, I think you're secretly in the alien club, Yogi, because somehow you come on live and you've got a bunch of stitches in. No, it's labor and sweat. So have you seen my sewing machine here? Whoa, look at this. I've got my sewing machine here. Nikki, have you got your sewing machine? Oh, but, that's right, 0, because you're restarting. Ha ha ha. It's one of the rare occasions that I'm slightly ahead of Nikki, and it won't happen again, so enjoy the moment. Because last time Nikki was totally lost and managed to find the sewing machine, and she hated the fabric, so she's restarting. I'm not an alien. I'm not in alien club. I'm in labor club, you know, hard labor camp. I work on it, okay? You know, it doesn't just happen overnight. It's over many, many nights, okay? I've got a sewing machine. Nikki doesn't. Yay. So I am going to do this one here. Oh, there are quite a few stitches. I love it. I love the way the stitches flows. So I can come all the way down. Very nice. Or from bottom up. Why not? Let's do it. 407. 407. Susan says, I live on my own, no husband to bin my project or chuckle in my stash. Oh, very lucky. You're very lucky. Your projects are safe from the bin. So if you don't know that post, it was posted just today on our Facebook, and the lady's husband, so the lady was kitting up this new project, really excited, and put it in the bag overnight. And next morning she was excitedly trying to find a project to work on it, and lo and behold, she couldn't find it until the husband kind of sheepishly saying, do you mean that, you know, I can't remember, it's a purple or something bag? And the bag was found in the bin. Oh, the shocker. I hope the marriage is still going strong. I'm not too sure. I would have downed if my partner threw my projects in the bin, thinking that's junk. I don't know how I would feel. I'll rethink about our relationship completely. Have I found the right person? You know, what have I done to come to this? Oh, it was Tracy Clark, of course, Tracy. Yes, oh, poor Tracy. I bet the husband's grounded by now. No supper for you. Stay in the room until I finish this project, which will be 5 years away. Tracy says, he has apologized profusely and I have 3 new patterns. Yay, Tracy. That's a result, Tracy. Yes. Good things always come out of, you know, projects being thrown in the bin. Exactly, Susan. And as a punishment, you have to make him watch our stream every day until you finish the project. Whoops. Oh, he's cooking dinner as well. There you go. Yeah, work him hard. So he won't do it again. Suzanne says, it seems I've hit some flowers in the ceiling. So Suzanne is starting from upper left. Let's have a look. Oh, so you've actually moved past the frame. If you're doing diagonally, you've done quite a lot of frame on the upper left, and you've come to the floral ceiling there. Very nice. Well done. Very nice. That border is, you know, a challenge for all of us, but it's part of the challenge. We accept it. It's just for now, I'm trying to avoid it. I'll tackle it. I'll tackle it later. And I'm gonna do a tuck in here in order to take the thread away. Take a sip of my tea. Tracy say the husband is sit in a corner working while I stitch and listen, but you know, you'll learn his lesson, you know, hopefully. Luckily, you know, the bin was still there, the content was still there. Let's see, 3. Susan says, this wondering about Yogi is going to make guessing the stitches difficult. Yes, I'm working really hard. So You cannot guess what it is unless you have magic eyes and a power, superpower like Rayman. It's going to be a difficult one for you. Here we go. Very nice. The next one's over here. Ooh, it's taking shape. Oh, Suzanne's working on the sewing room, not the quilt room. Okay, so sewing room still got a border, but a lot thinner, right? All these craft rooms, sewing rooms, quilting rooms. It's getting a little bit confusing now. There. And I'm going to move up. Oh, very bold. It's an adventure. These colors just so pretty. That's it. That's all the stitches of this color in the surrounding area. So I'm going to end this right here. You can see the outline of that little piece of fabric starting to emerge. $407. Very nice. I think I'm gonna keep the, let me have a look. Let me do a flip. I think I'm gonna go for this one. I want to go for one that's got a few more stitches going on there. Quite fancy now. So I can come over here. Fine. Oh, there's quite a few at the bottom there. So 224. 224 will be my next victim. 224. And also I'm really enjoying, I'm loving the Swiss shop as well. Even though, you know, in the past week, I have worked on a little bit more here whenever I had time. But the Swiss shop, I do manage to dip in a few times. I love that piece, so stunning. Right, so I am come in around here in this block. I think I'm correct. I'm going to start from here. So delicate. In the CXC floss, for some reason, maybe just a little bit softer. It just feels really good when I'm doing particularly 1/1, 2/2, on 25, for instance. It feels good, but something about this combination, 28 counts or even 25 counts 1/1, for some reason, CXC just feels really good. I cannot explain. So I'm going to end this one here and move to the second location. A few more over at the bottom. And let me just show the full view here. Can you see the little tags that says 4 and 4, horizontally and vertically? I love that. So thank you, Joyce, for reminding me, because I was aware of this feature, but I just forgot to use it. Never thought about it. So it actually counts for you. It's just one of those little things that Saga kind of just, have it there for you. I don't know if you, yeah, I bet you have it on Android as well, because Joyce is on Android. Just one of those really caring things that the developers have implemented. Very nice. See you later, Grace. Let's see this one's. I haven't made too many mistakes today, which is nice. But as soon as I say that, I bet something, I'm gonna get something wrong. But I think I'm getting better with traveling with stitches, getting slightly further away. I think pattern recognition is the key, isn't it? Normally, if you do it diagonally or block by block, you're working within a very small area. So matching the pattern is a little bit easier. Not saying that you wouldn't make mistakes, but when you're traveling in such a sort of vast area, and once you have a lot of stitches, they all start to look very similar in terms of, you know, distribution. So it's about making sure you're in the right spot. It really helps. It's really nice that all these stitches here, at least within this block, they're all the same color. So I can just kind of just go ahead and fill in pretty quickly. And this way of stitching is really interesting in a way that sometimes when you look at stitches, they kind of just scatter around like aimlessly. But for some reason, when you start to fill in more, and particularly when you, even before the area is completely filled, it still looks like, I don't know what it is. But as soon as everything's filled up, suddenly it becomes very clear. River says, anyone ever have the glue from label stick to your floss? If yes, how did you remove it? I had to tear. A swear word. Fill in the blank. Label off. Huh. Is it DMC? Which brand is it? It rarely happens to DMC, I don't think. It has happened to me with CXE. But not so bad that I couldn't remove the glue. So let me move it down here. Marsha says, I really like to keep the stitches down close to each other so I can see the picture growing. Yes, different methods. You get, yes, I know what you mean. I think that's why people do block by block, because instantly you can see what's happening within that block at least. And I love it too. It's a different kind of, you know, pleasure. With this, you have to be a little bit more patient, but at the same time, because you can't see the definition very well, so it kind of gives you that motivation to want to come in and, you know, do more within an area, because you want to see what's underneath. You know, it's not as obvious as if you do block by block or stitch in order, you know, easing away from the edge, which I love as well. But this one is almost like, you know, like a jigsaw puzzle. So I'm going to go up here one stitch, and down here. So you can see this bit up to, you know, the beginning of this string. You couldn't really see what's going on here, but within, you know, just by filling in a little bit here, the pictures start to emerge. It's really fun to do. There, so I've got these one down, and I think I'm going to end this right here. Yeah, I think CXC, the label does stuck sometimes. So it does happen. And also it's harder to, you know, take the pieces out. It's very easy with DMC. But with CXC, I literally have to unwrap the whole thing and just reorganize it. Otherwise, yes, it happens. Right. Oh, that's coming along nicely. I like it. Let's have a look. Do I want to maybe change the flavor slightly? I'm going to come back to this beautiful sewing machine. Let me just move it slowly this way. Oh, that way. Line it up properly. That's so cute. So I fancy something a bit darker actually. Let's have a look. What have I got here? So this one only has 3 stitches. 3011, 3011. Yes, I got it. There. It's got Dolly's hair here. Right here's one hair from Dolly. Present for me. Reva says regarding removing the thread, mostly with my CXC, I would tuck on one end. If it doesn't move easily, I grab the other end and pull the thread out. Usually works very well. It never worked for me. Either end, if I pull, whole thing just get crunched up and tangled. So what I normally do is I just go straight, remove the label and find a circle, you know, the loop, center bit, and start to kind of loosen it and just release the thread that way. Because otherwise I could be there. In the beginning I was struggling with it so much. It took me a long time just to untangle everything. So I learned my lesson there. But DMC is super easy. You just pull the thread out however you want. Let me see if there's any more on the side there. End it here. 3011. Suzanne says Arrow, I think it's a brand for the thread. Arrow pulls out of the scan pretty good. I'm very happy with this floss. I've never tried it actually. Let's have a look. That one, only 3 stitches. And 3013. 3013. Oh, another one I haven't got. Interesting. 3013. Let's see if I've got it in my thread bingo. 3030. Yeah, I've got it. So quick. Look, 3013. Got it right here. Very nice. Lucky night. That's 3013. Double check. There you go. 3013. And where's Arrow made in? I know CXC maybe China. I'm not too sure. Right, I'm gonna start here. See you later, Cynthia. Good to have you. Enjoy the dog walking and supper. One here. And I'm gonna travel over. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, River says maybe China as well. Maybe it's why it's the prices can be a bit more reasonable. I think it's made in Europe. Then the prices just go up like crazy. Right, do I want to take it? No, I think I'm gonna just end it here. Three, 0, 1, 3. And whoops. Just mark something by accident. me have a look. What do I fancy here? Right. 2 1 318 318 318. Right, river. So it is from China. It's nice to hear about different brands though, because, with DMC, to be honest, when I first started doing full coverage, realized how much floss and different colors I needed. And I checked the price of DMC, I was quite floored. And I was thinking, wow, this is going to turn into a very expensive hobby here. And so I looked into, I think maybe one of the channels called Stitching Smiles. It's a UK based channel, and they've got this lovely couple here there. And I learned from them. Well, I basically learned the CXC from I think it's Jessie, or I can't remember her name, unfortunately. And I gave it a go because of the price tag, and she liked it, so I thought her pieces are really pretty. So I tried the floss, and to be honest, at that time in my mind, that CXC was kind of the second best, because I was thinking, oh, everybody's stitching with DMC, so DMC was be all and end all. And but I thought, well, to try out if I like this type of stitching, I went for CXC, and I got ended up getting two sets of two full set of CXC, and then decided to get the full set of DMC as well, because again, in my mind, I was thinking, oh, using non-DMC floss just feels like, it's not like almost like cheating. And so eventually, when I made up my mind to get full set of DMC, I pretty much switched to DMC completely, with majority of my projects there. Because I was totally buying into that DMC is, kind of the floss to use, and everything else was inferior. And gradually I realized that's not really the case, because stitching is really about a stitching experience and the end product. To be honest, if you pull a piece that's done with CXC versus DMC, I would, I doubt very much you'll be able to see the difference. Not really. You might be able to appreciate the differences when you stitch it. Not necessarily better or worse, just different. But the end piece, to be honest, you can't really tell. So I'm always happy to see different brands, because people have choices, right? And not feeling that you're kind of stuck. You have to do one way, or it's not a proper way. So my view of CXC totally changed after a while. I really like it. 318. So Suzanne is referring to, I think it's Arrow, maybe? She purchased it from Dream Stitch. I see. I think quite a lot of Etsy sellers, vendors, they sell all sorts of threads as well. I think particularly when it comes to samplers, there are more choices, aren't there? There are all sorts of different makes and brands and different material. Nikki says, Arrow is very similar to CXC and actually have the, actually have the 1 to 35 colors. CXC doesn't. I thought CXC does have 0 to 35. It's just not included in the full set. You have to get them separately. I'm pretty sure they do have it. It's just I haven't got them. I didn't take the trouble to get extra colors. But I do remember that you can buy separately. And they're rarely used, to be honest, with the projects I've got. I think the piece, could it be the day before? Which piece I was stitching? I lost track. But there were about maybe 6 colors are from that range. So I just cheated with DMC floss. And that's fine, you won't be able to notice it. Tiny bit of difference. Let's have a look. This one. Oh, this one's nice. It's a little bit darker. 169. 169. Suzanne says, when you buy floss from Etsy, you're just buying from somebody who's bought it. Oh, so you think they're middleman. So do you think it's cheaper to buy from sites, websites? I don't know. Who knows? But then there's kind of shipping and everything. Because Etsy, I tend to go for sort of UK-based vendors. You know, just make sure the shipping is much cheaper. Hey, Jamie. She says, yeah, I made it to the party indeed. Well done. Happy time zones, everyone. From Jamie, say hello to Jamie. She's made it and landed safely. No injuries occurred in the process. I hope. So there are a few of this color at the bottom here. And what are you stitching on, working on, Jamie? If you're stitching, which you should be doing, is to stitch with us. And if you're not stitching on Kim's piece, I'll keep it very quiet. I won't tell. Fran says, yes, I'm working on SAL drinks piece, trying to complete 3rd segment so I can work on something else, guilt-free. Oh my God, it's become a job. Nikki's finished that piece, haven't you, Nikki? I remember seeing your piece. Are you still doing the SAL, or have you just, you're done with it? I can't possibly do something like that. I'll get so stressed. And it would take me 10 years just finish. So, so 10 years later, when everybody's already forgotten about it, I go, ta-la, here's my piece. So there are 4 pieces for that SAL. I think I sort of got some explanations quite a while ago on the stream, but I can't get my head around. So do you have to buy all patterns to start with, or they give you free ones if you finish in time? How does that work? Ooh, that stitch looks funny. I miss the corner there. Betty says, good luck, Fran. Not me, the other Fran. That's why I didn't join the SAL this year. It feels like a job. Yeah, and also, you know, it's not small, those pieces. They're more than like a page. How many pages per piece? At least 2, right? Or maybe bigger. How do you stitch so fast in time for another piece? That's so stressful. Not for moi. You know, if you know anything on my stitch count each session, you probably agree. There. So Jamie's not stitching right now. She says, I'm just helping my mom-in-law with stuff. Just hanging out. I tried Spring Moon by Plum Street Sampler. Oh, I don't know what that is. Grand Library is a big piece, isn't it? They have quite a few in a group. Not a group, they're stitching this piece. Book themed patterns are very popular, just like craft rooms. And now this one here. Suzanne says, they're about the same size as mini? Really? The SAL pieces, each one's like a mini? Jeez. Nikki says, I still need to do the 3rd installment, but I I can do that quickly, I bet, with your speed. So it's like a mini piece. Mini is like 9 pages. It can't be that big. That is crazy. Who can stitch that fast? Oh, wait. There are a few aliens. There are a few aliens. It should be alien SAL. It's not for normal people. I'm normal, luckily. And the weird thing is, like, I'm doing one leg at a time, just like all the aliens. But for some reason, they just stitch faster. Don't know how that works. Oh, really, Betty? So you have to buy the chart as you move forward. You're willing victims, all of you doing SAL. You have to do it super fast, inhumanly fast, and then you have to pay for all the patterns. There's no reward. What's the reward then? Betty says have to pay. None of the chart is free. Fran says, Betty, I definitely get the reluctance to join the SAR. It does take up 2/3 of my stitching time. Well, you have to like the patterns a lot, don't you? But if you don't even know what's coming, do they tell you what patterns are coming? Because what if they just give you a pattern that you just absolutely dislike? You know, like something like an insect or something. I don't want to stitch bugs. Or something I just, or human face with 4 eyes or something. Oh, I'd be so gutted. Because some people have things they just don't want to stitch. A human face. Oh, not doing that. Or face of a clown. Oh my God. That's what nightmares are made of for me. Sarah, the alien, the leader of the alien club, has appeared. She says, I don't know what you're talking about. No. Oh, Betty says free if you finish the paid chart, but you've already paid it. So they give you a chart you have to pay for, and if you finish the piece in time, it becomes free. How does that work? I don't know. I think ultimately the winner is heaven and earth. That's my conclusion. They win. Oh, Brandy says, I want you to know the stream today has helped me paint the living room and a hallway and a half. Wow, that's efficiency. From the beginning of the stream, you managed to do the living room and hallway and a half. Well done. but they're rollers. You can do it really quickly. I remember it was during COVID when I painted my flat last time, and it was kind of I used the rollers, but also there are sort of pad ones that you could just basically almost like just literally painting the wall. There are a lot of different gadgets for painting to make it quicker. Imagine back in those days when people use brushes. Oh, that'd take a long time. So well done, Brandy. Giant ants, yes. You don't want to. I don't want to stitch giant ants. Oh, giant ants with big eyes. Oh, giant ants with clown faces. Oh my God. I'm getting chills down my spine. Or giant ants with 4 legs. Nikki says, yes, I finished 6 whole pages. So I will get the minis now. Oh, hang on. So you start with a piece that's 6 pages worth of stitching. That's still almost mini. And then they give you another one of the same size. My God. You enjoy pain, don't you, Nikki? I don't like pain. I like to be happy and pain-free, okay? No SALs, no hay SALs for me. Thank you very much. Nikki says the charge was only $12. I think one-time charge. Okay, so you basically pay for a fixed fee of $12 and then you get more charts if you finish in time. Is that correct? And how many charts are there? Oh, I can't get my head around. They've got they've got quite a complex system going on there. Suzanne says you pay free, which was the same as pattern, and you pick which pattern you want to stitch out of the ones you have created for the SAL. No, that's not helping me, Suzanne. I have no idea how that works. So you don't know what patterns are coming your way. Oh, that's dangerous, man. That's really dangerous. I wouldn't like that one bit. I've only joined SAL once. That was kind of a sampler from a company called Caterpillar. It's a UK-based company. So there are simple designs. And, you know, even though I don't know the entire piece, but I know the theme. It was British Isle, you know, like different locations with different symbolic kind of stuff. It was a fun thing. But I roughly knew, you know, what type of stuff is coming. I knew it wasn't going to be giant ants or clown faces suddenly appear. It was all about stuff around different, you know, cities in the UK. And also it was sampler as well, so it is, you know, it was doable to finish one part, the 6 parts, I think. To finish one part a month, it wasn't too bad. But I got bored by the 3rd month. I just gave up. I just thought, well, let me move on to something else. So I still haven't finished it. It was more than 2 years ago. Brandy says, I'm using brush and small rollers. Yes, I think larger areas you use the rollers really fast, right? And then the corners, yes, you do have to use a brush of some sort. But it's therapeutic. I remember when I was painting the house, me and my partner would just listen to sort of podcasts and stuff, audio, just like you're doing now with the stream. And then, it was good. It was good. It was therapeutic. Betty says the only chart in SAL was the drinks, and we don't drink. Well, but there are multiple charts, aren't they? That's the part I can't get my head around. So you start with the drink, which I've seen that piece done by Nikki, and the alien, and I can't figure out what happens next. And if you finish that bit, do they give you a free chart? That was my question. And where am I here? I am here and here. Okay. Trying to find my way back. So, Heaven and Earth SAL is for people who really enjoy pain. And if you like pain, go for it. So Suzanne says you get to see what patterns are, and then you choose from the group of patterns. So so you can preview what you're going to stitch, and you just do it in a different order. Is that it? So you can start with any piece of your choice and start from there, but you know what else is coming. Well, I hope so. Otherwise, that's mighty scary. The final boss may be a big face of, I don't know, an alien. Dun dun dun. The final boss. Let's come over here too. I'm going to do this one first. No, let me do this one first. Nikki says, I'll get all the other charts. We couldn't pick. Oh, we could have picked, but I only picked the one initially to work on. And if I complete it all, I can pick the chart. Pick a chart from a website. Why can't I get my head around? So there's SAL pieces, right? Because I saw you did the drinks on the beach. Once you get that done, so the reward would be a free chart. Is that correct? Or the chart or the SAL charts themselves are the rewards. So you pay a fixed fee, but if you do complete the first piece in time, you get the next one, and you don't have to pay any more. I'm like the worst customer. Imagine if I go to Hate and go, I'd like to join your SAL. Can you explain it to me? And about an hour later, we're still there. I just can't. I just, oh dear. And they'll go, well, just go away. We'll give you all the charts for free. Just go away. Leave us alone. Stop asking questions. Okay, Rose explains, Hate offer 12 charts. You pick one, pay one at a time. Okay, so it's like $12 a piece. So they have 12 charts for you to choose from. You pick one at a time, stitch and complete 6 full pages starting in January. So each piece is 1 page. Is that correct? So where does that, or single piece is like 4 pages size? I think the drinks on the beach, it's got to be bigger than a page from what I saw. And it's starting from January 1st and December 31. Huh? They give you auto. Oh, by the end of the year, you mean? So it goes on for the entire year? The pain goes on for the entire year? My goodness. You have to endure the entire year to finish it. What? It starts from 1st January and December 1st, and then they give you all 12 charts for free. And they also give bonus charts. But how many pieces do you have to finish before? So, okay, there are 12 charts. You pick one to start with. And if you complete 6 of them by the end of the year, they give you the remaining 6. Is that correct? Have I got that right? Or are you going to just tell me to go away by now? Which I would not blame you. I can't get my head around. Nikki says the hay SAL is not a mystery SAL. You see all the pieces. That's good. I think 10 or 12 minis. So they're actually mini sizes. Mini is like nine pages worth. And you pick one to stitch. That helped me to a certain extent. I need to know what happens next. Maybe one day I'll figure it out. Oh dear. So that one I have done. Let me just figure out where I am right now. Yes, that's finished. There's one stitch up here. Go and do it. And trying to think whether I should take it down all the way here. It's a little bit far, but never mind. I'll do that. It's 28 counts. It's not too bad. And then there are 2 more over here. Betty says, if you know Nicola, She's aiming for 500k stitches this year. The last count, is, oh, it was over 300k already. Hang on, but we're in August. 500k, I can't even get my head around what number that is. That's not normal. She should, you know, join the alien club and hang out with other aliens. That's like a lot of stitches. Betty says, Yogi, right now your stitching reminds me of a watercolor work. Yeah, it's a little bit, isn't it? It's got that sort of fluid kind of quality to it. And the piece itself is really soft. It almost could be watercolor, but also because the way I'm stitching, things kind of slightly fuzzy right now. So I totally understand. So I'm going to end this one here. Oh, a lot of grays going on here. So I might need a color break and stitch a different color for a little reset. One 169, 169. Sarah says 12 charts in the SAL. You pick one and pay $12. If you complete 6 pages of it, you get the other SAL chart. So I was correct. Okay. So at the end of the year, by December, if you finish 6 pages, you get the remaining 6 free. Okay. If you complete the whole project, you get the SAL charts. One more of your choice. So there are extra ones to choose from. So, okay, so if you complete 12 charts in 12 months, meaning 1 chart per month, okay, that's a full-time job and a half, and you win. So your prize will be another free chart. Dear Almighty. Okay. I wonder how many people manage that. I'd like to meet them, or maybe not. I'll be a little bit scared. River says, no, if you complete 6 pages of the chart that you selected. Is that echoing what Sarah is saying? The mystery deepens. Yeah, I think I get it now. So it's a fixed fee of $12 for all pages, right? For all 12 if you can manage. But how do you prove you finished it? You just post a picture. And can you not post someone else's picture? How do they verify that? How do you prove it? River says, I'm doing your floss organizer idea, Yogi, but starting small by just doing one for Gnome Tinker to see if I like it. Yeah, you can do it project based or have a master set, but I think soon you'll realize it's much easier to have a full set. But yeah, totally see if you like it. See if it flows with the way you work, right? Same with the needle ball. For me, it works. Maybe for some people, you don't need it. Who knows? It depends on the way you stitch, the method. Let me move away from this gray area and maybe venture to the left there. Quite fancy some green colors. Maybe there's some green colors over this end. Oh, I'm traveling everywhere. You can't stop me. So around this area here, there's quite a lot of green going on there. I think it's maybe it's a vase, some sort of thing, umbrella holder type thing. Let me see if I can keep it flat here. Nikki says drinks at the beach, 9 pages. That's a full minute. So I have 3 more pages and I'll be done. You're not done yet? I thought you finished that piece. There's more? There's more drinks? How many drinks in that piece? Seriously. And Nikki says, I don't have to stitch other minis, but I'll get them all, plus a bonus charge if I finish my drinks on the beach. Okay, hang on. So we're talking one piece that contains 6 pages, not 6 pieces. That's a bit, I'm confused. So each piece, drinks on the beach, for instance, has got 6 pages. If you finish the mini by the end of the year, you get the remaining 12? I don't know. I probably butchered that again. Oh dear. This is much harder than I thought. Just working out the system. Oh, quite fancy some green here to heal my soul and my brain. Here we go. It's 966. 966. Oh no, I don't. 966. We need a new thread. I'm building up my needle ball there with part threads. 966. I think working out the Hayes SAL will be a project by itself. It will probably take a year for me to work it out. So I still have time. It's August. I have 6 months to work out how it works. I'm good. It's a great progress. 966. Let me have a sip of my soothing mint tea here. Yeah, River. How do you know it's legit, right? I can just grab Nikki's web pictures and go, yeah, I've done it. Speed time. Record time. Yes, River, regarding the organizer, I've got about maybe 12 Paco thread organizers and realized it was going crazy. You know, the system was breaking right in front of my eyes. Because at one point, I was trying to organize maybe about 6 of them in front of me in order to support a regular head. And I was shuffling them around like, you know, poker cards and try to figure out which one's first. And yeah, that wasn't fun. So I had to come up with something to solve my problem. Suzanne says, I bought some plastic floss organizers instead of printing out the cards, and I just used half of it. I see. the plastic ones. Can you, well, I suppose if you can bind them together, it kind of works the same way, maybe slightly bulkier. And by the way, guys, if you want the same floss cards for the new members, or the new people in the chat, if you want floss cards like this, and if you have a printer accessible, then there's a PDF template I posted on our group, Facebook group. You can just print them on the cardboard and cut them out, and you have your floss cards ready there for you. And that post is under features on our group, so just so you know. Here we go. Where shall I start from this area? Quite a lot of stitches of this color. It's right here. So I could start from somewhere. I want to start from somewhere safe that I won't get lost. So I think I'm going to start from the bottom here. Maybe from this block. That's close enough. I should be safe there. One, two, three. There. Should be okay. Susan says, stitches honor, Yogi. Of course, no one would cheat. Oh, who knows? Maybe someone just desperate to get a free chart, you know? But do you have to send a picture to them? Or you can just tell them that, hey, I finished. Give me the next chart. I wonder. And so the whole SAL is $12, is it? Is that correct? So they don't charge you anymore. If so, that's all right. That's reasonable. Such a pretty color. And talking about being watercolor, this almost looks like you just spill some paint and it just kind of bleeds out on the paper. And you don't know what it is, but it's pretty. There. Nikki says, I have 8 cards and that holds my master CXC set. Oh, because you have them quite close together. My template have much larger punch holes because I like to put in, you know, pretty much an entire scan if I can. It's just easier. But yours is a lot more delicate. Little ones like Joyce Joy's version. It's very tidy and very delicate. Oh, regarding how to make the floss card, not so much the tutorial. Who was asking about that, Betty? There is a video. If you look on the video section, that I talk through how it was put together. It's actually really simple. If you have the cards, you just need to bind them together and stick a piece of felt on top of it for thread parking. I think that's very handy. So you can look up that video. It was coming from one of the live sessions. So I just talked through how it was made, but not so much step-by-step tutorial, if that's what you're asking for. Maybe at some point when I have some capacity, some bandwidth, maybe I would do that. But it's so easy to put together. Quite a lot of you have figured it out. It's very, very simple. Yes, stitching masterpieces as well. Her floss cards look a little bit different, but similar, very similar concept. I just reused my own floss cards from originally rather than creating new ones. So those thread cards I've been using for maybe nearly 3 years, but I didn't use the bag to protect the floss. I picked that up from Stitching Masterpieces. That's a very good tip. So the floss is protected underneath. I don't know what time in Russia, or do they have access to regular stream? I bet, because she's got YouTube channel. I wish she would come on the chat with us. She's the saga expert and she's full of interesting ideas with thread organizations. If you're watching, just, drop in, have a chat. River says, I'm loving this. It still feels brand new, stitching on whatever I feel like. After 7 months of working non-stop on these two, I just finished. Yes, 7 months of power stitching on 2 pieces. And River has managed to finish both of them. And now she can play. Yes, it's frolic time. Hurrah. That teaching me, teach me never promise to give anyone stitched pieces because they're going to wait for a very long time, first of all. And also I'd be stressed. It's a bit like doing SAL, isn't it? There's a deadline looming somehow. Oh, not for me. River says, my stepdaughters adore them, by the way. Oh, I bet they do. And they're beautifully framed as well. Can't beat that. And, just maybe a couple of streams ago, we're talking about how intimate, stitch pieces are as gifts or something that you pass on to the next generation. Because every single fiber of that piece you have touched, and every stitch you made it. There's nothing more intimate in terms of, it's probably closer than photos you can have of someone or something, maybe they drew jewelry or something. I think it's even more, because this is a piece that you've created one stitch at a time. It's beautiful. I'm going to float down here and then float up, because that's the way this color is flowing. It's really nice. Sarah says, earlier this year, I was rotating through 8 webs a week. They're only 7 days a week, Sarah. I know it's, you're an alien club, but you're not allowed to have 1 extra day a week. They're only 7 days. She says, I decided to drop it to focus on only 2. Very sensible. You probably realize at some point they're only 7 days a week. So you're going, what am I going to do? Hello, Jackie. Welcome. And started to watch Yogi, and now I'm back to 4. Only 4, Sarah. We haven't got, I haven't done my job, have I? It should be back up to 8. It will happen. Give me 2 weeks. I'll work hard on you. Yeah, I'm pretty much doing 7 projects a week, because I just go through the rotation every day, working on different ones. It feels great, feels fresh with each piece. Fran says, my dream list keeps growing. Yeah, and I think heaven and earth, they're working very hard to push out beautiful pieces to basically, because when I started Sweet Shop, and I was thinking, oh, okay, I'm gonna settle on this piece and work on this piece for a little while before I start, starting another one. And within a couple of weeks, I was thinking, Quilt Room just feels so nice, this piece. And it started to kind of visit me in my dreams, in my thoughts. And that's normally when you realize that you're ready to stitch the piece. And so when we have this new start, just last week, I was thinking, oh, then that's it then. Just, Sweet Shop, and this one will keep me, very busy. And lo and behold, there was this traveling library. I blame heaven and earth, ultimately. It's not me, it's them. Okay? So write your complaint letters to heaven and earth. Stop supplying us these beautiful patterns, because, it's making our lives very hard. We're only 7 days a week. Sarah might have 8, but most of us have 7. One more here. Keep counting. It's on top of this one. It's important to establish the starting point, or all the rest of the stitches will be wrong. Oh, Jackie, this is a beautiful piece, isn't it? Have you seen the mock-up? Let me show you. As you have arrived, this is the welcome gesture here. Boom. So I'm at the center here, near the sewing machine there. So currently I'm stitching, you know, that green thing with, I don't know, fabric in there, at a corner there. The green container, that's where I am right now. It's beautiful. It's around there, that little containers around here. So I'm doing the green stitches. River. Yes. She says, yeah, but there's also 7 nights. Okay, so aliens don't sleep. I get it. I forgot. It goes with the territory. No need to sleep, do they? They just get recharged. Just like, you know, your phone, you can use your phone and keep it charged at the same time. So no sleep is necessary. Now I get it. Suzanne says, I'm still trying to decide. Maybe I want to switch this to 10. As in the piece you're stitching, sewing machine. You could, because you can't tell. I can't remember which count that you're doing it on. The smaller the fabric count, you know, the higher the fabric count is, probably less noticeable. I think if it's on 14, then you probably notice the difference. But if you're doing 25, nah, it looks the same. Tent or full cross. Oh, it's going to be impossible for you to guess my stitches today because I'm going all over the place. Yay. "22 counts." Yeah, I think 22 counts is probably doable. You can do a test. A couple of stitches, you know. Jackie says, the sewing machine caught my eye. My grandmother had a foot pedal singer. Oh, wow, that's a vintage piece. And she says, I used to sit on her lap as a child and watch her make clothes, and later she would embroider each piece as well. Wow, that's a fun memory. Yes, I've got this little sewing machine. It looks like one of the old-fashioned ones. The look anyway, like Singer ones. Yes, Singer is the brand. Yeah, and they're always black because I've seen some antique ones. They're so beautiful, and there's no electricity required, and you just got the foot pedal. It's amazing, isn't it? It's just almost like bicycle. You don't need any extra power. It's manpower, and it's just pure, mechanic design that works. It's beautiful. Bicycles are beautiful as well. It just works so well. Oh, Suzanne is doing quilt rim in tent. Yeah. I think 22 we can get away with switching. It shouldn't show. And Nikki's asking, how many pieces do you work on in a day? Oh my God, I'm lucky if I get to work on one. Since I'm streaming, I work on at least one piece, right? But occasionally, if I have time between classes or if I have slightly earlier evening, then I will grab, recently has been Sweet Shop or this one. Past week, I think the past week has been this one, but previous couple weeks has been Sweet Shop. Just put in a few stitches, not like tremendous. So I don't, get to stitch like for hours, but just in and out, while I'm doing other things. I'll have the piece here to kind of distract me from other things if I have to do some admin, or something, I do have, if I have to focus to do something for a long time, I get a little bit kind of restless. So I'm always surprised I'm able to sit here and stitch for so long with you. I think partially because you are keeping me distracted in a nice way to chat with me. So I chat a little bit, I do a bit of stitching, so it kind of all works well. But if I was sitting here by myself, even if I listen to something, I'll probably get distracted and get up and do other things. So yeah, currently it's been about 7 because I do it daily, but the ones I'm doing are also in the rotation of, the 7 pieces. So I say 7, something like that. But I'm definitely stitching so much more since I started, streaming, stitching with you. Because you kind of feed on each other, isn't it? When there are a whole bunch of people who love the things that you're doing right now, and you feed on each other, you get a motivation and inspiration, So, and I hope you feel the same. And Sarah says, I had a daily piece in the morning, then changed to a different one in the afternoon, just like food, right? You have something for breakfast, and then you have something else for lunch and dinner, and you like things different things every day, right? Exactly. That's how it works for me as well. Because some days, sometimes you pick up one piece, you're just not feeling it. And you go, if that happens, I just swap to a different piece. I have no obligation. I feel no obligation to work on anything. And that's probably good, because if I do work on some things because I want to. Brandy says, where I live in Oregon, we have an alien festival with parade and everything. This group could fit right in. Well, some members, not all of us, but some of us are normal, mere mortals. Yeah, there's some definitely weird, situation going on here with some people just stitching inhumanly fast. And we know that's a test. If someone is stitching so fast, they cannot be from this planet. We all know that, right? So these people just go straight in to our alien club. We treat them well. We water them sometimes. Just make sure they don't dry out. And you know, they just stay there and keep stitching and stop scaring people. So it's all working out really well. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. So every night here is an alien festival, alien gathering. Okay. Suzanne is down 299. Come on, do one more. You get 300. Come on. 300 is even better than 299. Well done, Suzanne. And Jackie says later on, referring to the grandmom, she did cross-stitching and left all of her undone projects to me to finish for those they were intended for. That's beautiful, though. Can you imagine completing a project your grandmom did not finish and carry on? That's beautiful. That's like a generation stitching marathon relay. That's beautiful, though. What does it feel like, you know, stitching your grandmom's pieces? I mean, hopefully that there's no ants or you know, clown faces in those pieces. If yeah, otherwise I'll just say no. I love you, grandmom, but I'm not going to stitch that. I hope your grandmom didn't like bugs or clowns. River says sleep. What is it? It's wonderful to learn craft, you know, from either your mom or grandmom or dad, and you know, absolutely. My mom taught me how to knit, and I always remember that, and crochet as well. And then I carry on doing that, and she kind of stopped doing it. So she'll be watching me knitting. For some reason, she just stopped knitting. It's just fun memories. And Jackie says, my own daughter has promised to do the same when I'm gone. This will be out before generations. I think it's a beautiful generation relay, don't you think? And your daughter will probably, you know, if she loves stitching, she will probably start new projects for herself and maybe pass on to her children as well. It's a beautiful thing. Suzanne is happy with that final stitch. And one more here. I'm doing well. So this one might be my last color. I have no idea. This is past midnight. Where's time gone? I feel I've just warmed up. It's crazy, isn't it? And let me see if I can use up this piece of thread. There's still a little bit left here. So I can still manage quite a few stitches. So, you know, if you have a number in mind, you know, you have to add a few more stitches. Because I might do 100 in the final 3 minutes. Who knows? Just to keep you guessing. This is such a pretty color, though. It's almost like jade, you know, like jade color. Jade green. Jackie says we have picked our own projects as well and leave the older ones out on the frame for any of us to stitch on when we have a few moments to stitch. Oh, so you actually co-work on the same project? Oh, that's a new one. So you just keep the projects out there and anybody can just pick it up and start doing it? Really? Well, that's another idea, if I understood it correctly. Imagine that. Mother and daughter relay. It'd be so much fun, though. Wow, that's a new idea. That's a new idea. I never thought about doing that because people tend to be kind of not protective. It's kind of a personal thing to have your own project, isn't it? But that's a sign of trust as well and love, isn't it? Because you know you just leave it out there, and you probably have to share the pattern keeper so you can keep track of what each other's doing. But that's beautiful. I love it. I love the idea. That kind of reminds me of, for a while, I don't know that they still do that. I think it was maybe Stephen King. He was at one point doing kind of relay writing. Have I remembered that correctly? Some sort of joint projects with his readers, and maybe someone will put out like a paragraph and someone else will have to pick it up and continue with the story. Or maybe it wasn't Stephen King, maybe I made that up, but someone did anyway. It's kind of a thing. So it's a kind of creative writing, but in a relay style. And then you end up with a story as it evolves that you don't know where it's going, but it's fun. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. River, enjoy your walk, and River has done 3A5. Oh no, 3A5 is for me. Okay, so I'll mark that down, River. So River's prediction for my finished stitches today is 3A5. Thank you for your confidence. I don't know if I would be so optimistic, but thank you. I'll remember that. I'll let you know if you're a winner. Then you can collect your buffet that Sarah and everybody has provided. the emoji buffet that we enjoy every day with the winners. Jackie says we started a relay when we were stuck inside when COVID kept us in. Yes, I think a lot of people probably discover full coverage. I did as well during COVID. You know, I really had time to kind of just dive into the rabbit hole and just kept going. Still in the hole, but I know. It was a strange time. In some way, it was therapeutic for some people. I talked about this once before. There was yoga studio. If you don't know, I teach yoga. And there's a yoga studio I used to go, not to teach. I was actually there as a student. I practiced there. But the owner of the studio, you know, if you think about yoga, is so peaceful and, you know, surely if you practice yoga, you know how to, you know, kind of manage your headspace so you don't get too stressed. You know, of course you get stressed from time to time. But this owner, she always looked really stressed every time I saw her. And I think the studio was doing well, you know, it was busy, but she always looked like she was worried about something. And she taught there as well. So she was a yoga teacher herself. And but she always looked so worried until COVID hit. And it was maybe for about, obviously everything closed down. And the studio had to close down as well. And I bumped into her once. I was on the way to supermarket. And I bumped into her. I said, well, isn't that, you know, the lady? And I said hello to her. And we had to stand far away from each other. Do you remember social distancing? And we started chatting. And I thought I noticed something different about her. You know, for the first time, I looked at her. She looked relaxed. She looked happy. And I say, oh, so how is the studio going? And she said, yes, closed down. And I had to mention it. I had to say, well, you look so relaxed. You know, I didn't say you always look stressed. I just said, yeah, you look really well. You look relaxed. And she said to me that, you know, I was really stressed when the studio was open. Now I'm forced to close it, which it technically should, you know, make someone more stressed. But in her case, she said, oh, I can relax for the first time. And I thought it was so ironic. I bet that, you know, that's not isolated case. A lot of people probably find space to think about their career. Maybe they want to do different things, or maybe forced to do different things, but turn out to be much better. You know, they follow their heart, their calling, because they know the things are transient. And, you know, a lot of times we chase after certain goals, career goals, etc. It's following someone else's value, not our own. And as we grow up, we always, you know, there's things we always dream to do, and we put that aside because we think that's children's stuff. You know, you grow up, you go get a job. Fundamentally, nothing wrong, but you give up your dreams. And, you know, I think something like COVID, in a way, can be stressful, but it could be, you know, I think a lot of people probably found new life during that, that process. I hope you did too. So on that note, let's have a look. So let me finish that TED Talk and let me show you what I've done today. And I can't believe it's past midnight. It just doesn't feel like it. And so today, this piece, I started from the center. And let me just quickly show you what the four markup is like. So if you look at the center, that's a beautiful blue table, and there's a piece of fabric draping off the table. From the sewing machine, that's where I am. So let me switch back. So the method of choice is a little bit unusual for me. I just go for wonder everywhere. And if you think this is crazy, I just blame Nikki. Okay, she let me stray. She does it beautifully. Occasionally she gets lost, but most of the time she managed. So I kind of just pick the area I want and switch to different colors based on my liking. And today I think, this bit is coming up really nice. The magical thing about this method, once you fill in the last stitches, even now looking slightly fuzzy, but once you fill in the complete area, suddenly it becomes clear. And I love this method. You can see the bits and pieces starting to form, and I love it. So now I see the numbers coming in. So this now is your chance. At the end of every stream, we play Guess My Stitches. Okay, so you get to guess. It says on the tin, you get to put forward a number as your guess of how many stitches I've done during the session. And today I made it very, very hard for you. It's, you have to do some mental calculation and prediction in your head. So it's advanced class today. And put your numbers forward. Lurkers, come forward. It doesn't hurt. Just put the numbers there. And the winner will get to share my emoji buffet, okay, provided by our members here. So Susan, let's go for it. Susan Chamberlain 302 and Suzanne 345, okay, and Sarah 289, Nikki 245, Rose 321, and Janelle 247. You still have your chance. And Jackie 290. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna pull my app out, and until I reveal the number, you can still put your number forward. Betty 213 and Laura 333. Let's have a look. So, are you ready? Today, the grand total of the number of stitches I've completed is, Sisk 299. Okay, and remember, River submitted her as well, 385. So someone who can count, you can count for me because I can't count. 1, 3, 2, 1. Oh, Brandy 1217. Okay, last submission. Now, boom. Oh, wrong button. Too excited. This one. There you go. Today I have finished. Look to the right side of the panel. The number is 245. Who's the winner tonight? Oh my God, Janelle 247. You've got to be the winner, right? Anyone closer? 245. Nikki. Oh, Nikki, you are the alien. I was right. Oh dear. Stay in the alien club room, okay? Don't come out. You're scaring me. So today, I think the winner is Nikki, but I think Janelle is so close. Janelle is the winner as well. So today, let's have a look. Today's winner, we have double winners. We have Nikki and Janelle, who got very, very close. Very, very close. Yes, bring the emoji buffet, yeah, so I can share with the winners, and you can have the leftovers. Okay, I have most of it, and whatever else is there, you can enjoy as well. Oh, thank you, Laura, for the emoji buffet, and Sarah as well as usual, the maitre d' of our group, and yes. Suzanne is 100 off. I know. And Sarah is going for healthy option as well with fruit. And Nikki with the firecrackers. Yes, well done, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. Guys, another wonderful, beautiful session with you. I can't believe it. We get to do this every day. And Sarah, thank you for your trophies as well. Janelle, yes. Yes, I know, Jackie. Isn't this exciting? What a way to end our session today, our SAL, our Wednesday SAL. So, tomorrow, who knows what is coming? You don't know, I don't know. Let's, take a guess. And so Rose as well. Hello. I found the yummy snacks. I know they're there. Dip into the yummy emojis there. Sarah VM as well. Thank you so much. And Betty 99. So everyone, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I really enjoy it. I'm so lucky. And so from sleepy London town, Yogi signing out, and we have the Facebook group. So if you need any support or posting your webs, go there, and I'll meet you there as well. Until the next session, night night, everyone. Night night. Good night.